medical trial where he had to wear a face mask. And so
Good evening and welcome everyone. I'm calling the November 19th regular City Council meeting to order. I'd ask those who'd like to join the council and myself in the Pledge of Allegiance to please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up on our agenda this evening is audience comments. This is your time to address your council. The guidelines for public participation are displayed on the overhead, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes this evening. Those who signed up on the sign-up sheet will be called forward first, and if you did not sign up, I will ask for other speakers before closing this portion of the meeting. And if you are here on behalf of a group, please identify yourself as spokesperson for the group. And if you are in support of any of our speakers this evening, feel free to raise your hand so council understands how many in the audience are here to support the speaker. And has anyone signed up to speak this evening?
I have one, Liz Mills.
Come on up, Liz.
Good evening. My name's Liz Mills. I work for Crisis Connections as the director of King County 211. We submitted funding requests for 3 programs of Crisis Connections, King County 211, the Crisis Line, and Teen Link. And we want to thank you for the recommendations for Crisis Line and Teen Link. And I'm here tonight to ask you to reconsider the recommendation of 0 funding for King County 211. We had previously and for years been funded at $5,000 a year. We had asked that you take another look and fund our program at this level or at some level. We really very much rely on the funding from the City of Issaquah, and this is a significant loss to us. In 2019, United Way this summer informed several of its grant recipients, of which we're one, that they're changing their funding process. It resulted in a loss of $105,000 to King County 211, so every dollar really does count. And the service we provide far exceeds our annual contracted goals with the city. Last year, we provided services at 350% of our annual goal, and 2018 will be similar. So why did Issaquah residents call 211? Well, most called us with urgent needs for shelter, emergency shelter, domestic violence, finding affordable housing, and food resources. We also helped Issaquah residents with financial assistance for eviction prevention, keeping the utilities on, and moving costs. These are just a few examples. Most of the callers were very low income, 91% at 91% of them at 30% or less of median. It's very, very low income. 48% reported someone in the household with a disability. These are often people who really need a coach. They need help navigating the system to be able to be successful in getting resources, and we're happy to be of service. With or without your funding, we will serve Issaquah residents. We take the next call that comes. We just ask that you'd help us pay for the service. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Liz. If there's no one else that signed up, would anyone like to address council this evening during audience comments? Sure, come on up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Tom Huffnagel, and I'm here with my wife, Cheryl Regal. We're the owners of the property that is, let me see if I can point at it, where you see that number 9. We're kind of caught in this group now that's having our base height of our buildings lowered. And so what happened was, when we first came to the first meeting, we just came to find out what's happening in the neighborhood. We didn't realize our rules were changing also. So I was a little naive on that. And basically, it's a lot that's 36,000 square feet. Does everyone have a copy of this? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to just kind of put it in sequence quickly. How long do I have? I don't want to overshoot my time.
3 minutes.
3? Oh, geez. Let's move fast. So long story short, one thing that was changed was we used to have a base height of 48 feet, and it's now been reduced to 40 feet in this new set of zoning rules. And what we're asking for is to bring it back to that. With Issaquah exploding like it is, I went to that anthology apartment buildings next to the Chevy dealer. There's 398 units being put in. Figure 2 people per unit, that's 800 people that'll be needing more services. Intensive commercial land is so precious right now and so hard to find that we need every square inch of it also going up in the air too, so we're asking for that. And I think when we had the meeting last week, or no, at November 1st we had a meeting where 3 of the members were here. They said, well, 2 of the members decided to vote to go with the cities because they felt the PPC meeting had agreed to it, all the owners had. Well, the only 2 owners that were there was myself and my wife and Mindy and her husband over there, who has the lot across from us. And so the only reason we kind of didn't understand why it was being changed was when we spoke to Keith about it, he asked, why do you want 48 feet at that time? This is the second meeting in June on, I believe it was the 26th of June. And I said, well, possibly for apartment buildings, hotels we can put on there, a lot of different things, maybe office buildings. And Keith was under the impression at that time that our area wasn't zoned for that. So he said, that's not a good reason. You can't even build that high anyway because you're not zoned for it. And I said, oh, I didn't know that. Long story short, where I came up with that was about 9 years earlier, I'd been here in this building when they presented us with the new rules and said we could do all those things. So I thought, oh, great, we have access to that. So we asked Keith for a meeting, and he was real helpful, and we met with him, and we said, Keith, we'd like to have that 48 feet back because we can do all these things on the property. And he said, well, that's true, but I would prefer the 40 feet level. And so it's just personal preference. I think he's looking at it as how it will look in the community. But we're in the industrial section there, basically, of Issaquah. This is intensely commercial. So he said, you can go to the council and ask them, and if they would agree with you, then, you know, he said, I'll be fine with that. Otherwise, I would prefer it at the 40-foot level. So am I being fair here, Keith, of what I'm saying, everything? I want to make sure I'm not putting words in Keith's mouth.
That's okay. Address your comments
Okay.
to the council. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, that's what we're mainly asking for is the base height, get it back to 48 feet because there's so much pressure for that little bit of intensive commercial land that's left. People are constantly contacting us wanting to do things because there's so little left that's out there. And is that my time?
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, so bottom line is we're that lot there, and we're not asking for anything we didn't have 6 months ago. We're just asking for some of it back, and that's what we're hoping that the council will consider, letting us have the 48 feet. Other than that, we want to go along with what Keith and his department has come up with on the rest
Thank you,
of it.
Tom, and thank you for bringing copies tonight for council.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the council? Christina, you want to come up?
Well, good evening. I'm Christina Bruning. I'm a resident of Old Town Issaquah. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, I moved to Old Town Issaquah in 1991 to be close to trails for hiking and cycling where I didn't have to get into my car. I walk for transportation. I actually ran down here tonight, so I do walk for exercise and leisure. As a walking ambassador for the city's sustainability program a few years ago, I'm also asked to continue to lead walks in Issaquah. A number of years ago, our neighborhood in South Issaquah created a community awareness initiative. And we did this so that we could better understand what our needs were and the needs of the community and how we could all work together to move us forward. Our neighbors are known to be positive contributors who live, work, and play here. We have several issues that have piqued our interest over the years, and those have been around for a while, you know of them. Well, we have artificial turf and stadium lighting that was being done at the then middle school, 8 feet from people's bedroom windows. We worked to get 2 fields up at Central Park. The Rainier Trail, where folks did not want their children walking because it was kind of creepy. It is now a shift to, it's an active use trail. We have Front Street. We've said it's loud, the traffic is fast, and the sidewalks are narrow. We now have a crosswalk, so we can use both sides. Just this past Saturday, actually, I was walking from Old Town to the state park. I was almost hit by a car, as somebody felt it was necessary to make a left as a group of pedestrians were in the middle of a crosswalk. It was so scary that somebody took a water bottle and threw it at the car. The construction was another project we worked on with the city and the elementary school, New Clark Elementary. And then currently, we have the new middle school that has stadium lighting, which is visible from our homes. Old Town Sub-Area Plan Update. This is one we have been watching very carefully. We totally appreciate the mindfulness of the council, Land and Shore, and of course, the Planning Policy Commission. We love the idea of a walkable community, and of course, the gathering places. As you know, we identify as Old Town. So Front Street, Clark, through Front and Second Avenue. When that came up through conversations throughout the last however many months, that was quite disturbing to us and alarming to us. So we look forward to further conversation as we move forward from plan to implementation. The best solutions, as we have proven, come from community engagement and the folks on the ground. So thank you for considering these thoughts as you move forward.
Thank you, Christina. Did you want to leave your comments with the clerk, if you have them in writing?
Possibly.
Okay, thanks. Is there anyone else that would like to address council this evening? Steve, come on up.
Hi, Steve Pereira, Old Town, about 10 years now. So indeed, the Old Town Subarea plan is indeed on the agenda tonight, and I'm one of those who also like the Old Town area very much. It's kind of what attracted me to come to Issaquah in the first place. It's obviously received a lot of attention over the years. I just put it in context. I know that one person had talked about the difference between quaint and unique, and different and old just being tired, worn down, and worn. And we fought hard for that idea of not letting, and having to fight not keep the E in old, but if we change a lot of the things that are unique about it, while there are a lot of good things in the plan, I think the height and the density changes aren't in keeping with what we were essentially promised in that Old Town would stay unique, and we wouldn't put those Central Issaquah plan standards into place from the CIP, which is where a lot of the area was zoned for, and now we're trying to change the standards and the limits to more match CIP, which was put in place. It seems like if I went to any other neighborhood in Issaquah, if I went to Tallis, if I went to the Highlands, we wouldn't be talking about, people would be upset about that very much, and it just seems out of character with what we were promised and told wouldn't happen in taking CIP plans and applying them here. There's a lot of good things in the plan as far as community gathering spaces, and those are good things. I'd see those go forward, but I don't know that I agree with, I don't think I disagree. I know I disagree with changes in height and density. There's not room for those. We're losing something that's character and unique and special that we're not going to get back. I think a lot of that applies, I think, also to, I'm sorry, that's out of scope. I think that applies to State Route 10, but that's not up for consideration tonight, so I'm going to leave that off the discussion. I'm just kind of, this pit in my stomach as we look forward to Thanksgiving. I think this seems to be the last chance that we have to ask your help and support in consideration in keeping Old Town the unique and special place that it is. And I think we need to keep the density at 65%. And I think that I would like to keep with the 2-story limit that's in place today. And I'd like your support on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council this evening? I can call. Anyone wishing to address the council? I don't think I can have you back up. Oh, different comments. Come on up. Christina's coming back up.
Well, hello. I'm Christina Bruning. I am the board president of the Downtown Issaquah Association. And Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, as an Old Town resident, I got more involved in the Downtown Issaquah Association, also known as DIA, to bring forward the voice and the spirit of Old Town residents. I'm pleased this evening to stand before you and express our sincere support to the city. The City Council, I look across at you and I see you, many of you at our events, whether it was at Keep Issaquah Beautiful Day with your families, or wine walks, and of course, gas station blues. Issaquah Goes Apples, which kicked off Scarecrows on Front Street, and of course, our Farm Fresh Market. The Art Commission, their support and candor in challenging DIA to strive for more visual arts in 2019 is very much appreciated. So I hope you all saw in 2018, we did complete the mural on the side of Japan Ginger, and we launched Confluence Jazz. Parks and Rec made Confluence Jazz a reality for us. And a sneak peek into 2019, that music event at Confluence Park is going to go from a 4-hour event to 8 hours. The Economic Development Group, having a commitment of having a staff member on our board has been imperative to our success. We did want to highlight the Old Town Subarea Plan update. We certainly appreciate the city's striving to keep downtown historic, contemporary, and vibrant. The Planning Policy Commission recommendation to move the implementation up on certain parts of the plan was very well received. And we as an organization, the Downtown Issaquah Association, look forward to partnering further. The goals highlighted align with the Downtown Issaquah Association initiatives, and we recognize that parking, traffic, and community gathering places and the engagement of Old Town residents are vital to thriving downtown. There are things that we need to do better, and we need to keep talking. Conversations in the CBD, the Cultural Business District, about a 3-story building is different than the current 45 feet. As this moves from plan into land use code, I anticipate through the feedback we have gotten from our community that we may hear some pushback on that and some concerns. Whether or not the AAS, which is the Administrative Adjustment of Standards for Height, is going to be retained. So that's something we ask that the council keep that in mind. The height requirements are something that are on everybody's top priority. So Downtown Issaquah Association is excited to continue to work with the city and as we move forward with the Streetscapes Plan and other initiatives. So thank you very much.
Thank you again, Christina. Is there anyone else this evening that would like to address council? Second call. And a last call if anyone would like to address council this evening. Seeing none, audience comments are closed. We'll move to the next portion of our meeting, which is committee and regional reports, starting with Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On November 15th, I attended the WIRA 8 Salmon Recovery Council meeting. We had a somewhat alarming update on salmon numbers in our water resource inventory area, or WIRA. Salmon numbers in WIRA 8 indicated a poor return year for all species, and the salmon counters estimated 6,700 Chinook, 32,100 sockeye, and 11,000 coho. That was 66%, 18%, and 48% of the long-term averages for Chinook, sockeye, and coho salmon. So a lot of the discussion at the meeting was around that 18% return for the long-term average for sockeye and what that means for the salmon in our region, and the need for more efforts to support salmon recovery. We also discussed funding guidance for 2019 as well as our 2019 work plan for the Salmon Recovery Council. And we discussed the Snohomish County surface water management budget. I don't have an update on Snohomish County participation in the interlocal agreement that I mentioned last time, but if I do have an update on that, I will bring that forward to council as soon as I have that information. And we also talked about the King County 2019-2020 surface water management rate proposal. The next meeting is scheduled for January 17th, 2019. It will now be located in the Department of Ecology in Bellevue. It'll be 2 p.m. On November 15th, I also chaired the Council Infrastructure Committee meeting. Councilmember Ramos was excused and Councilmember Ray substituted on the committee. We had 3 items on the agenda, as well as project updates. The first item was AB 7687, request for right-of-way encumbrance, Talus Parcel 9. Council recommended to deny the encumbrance of Foothills Drive Northwest, requested by Ora Talus 90. And the recommendation was to have this come forward on December 3rd. So that is not on the agenda this evening, but it will be later on December 3rd. And the deliberation on this focused around the liabilities having to do with the city construction going on in the right-of-way where there are a number of utilities, which would be above the proposed tiebacks, which is a structural component of the wall that was proposed by the applicant. The next item on the agenda at Council Infrastructure was AB 7538. This is the updated water system plan. This was one part of many discussions that we have ongoing on this topic, and we reviewed the supply options as well as a pro forma with financial information for the different options. And then we also discussed AB 7649, amendments to IMC Chapter 13.90, water, sewer, and stormwater recovery contracts. This is a ordinance updating Chapter 13.90 of the Issaquah Municipal Code, and it reflects recent amendments to state law regarding these contracts. And then in project updates, we had an update regarding the Southeast 67th Street construction work that's going on, and roadway is planned to open by the end of 2018. And this concludes my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Ray?
Thank you, Mayor Pauly. The Services and Safety Committee met on November 14th at 6:30 here in Council Chambers. We had a rather full agenda. We heard Agenda Bill 7651, Human Services Grant Funding recommendations, and that will be on this evening's agenda as regular business. We also received a presentation on the public art for 62nd Street from the artist, Susan Issaquah. Pretty cool stuff. I'm pretty excited to see it in real life. Agenda Bill 7667, the Arts Grant Recommendation, and this will be on regular business on December 3rd's council meeting. Agenda Bill 7652, Hearing Examiner Appointment, and this will be on December 3rd's consent calendar. Agenda Bill 7691, Startup 425 Interlocal Agreement, and this will also be on December 3rd's consent calendar. Agenda Bill 7689, amending the IMC 3.63 school impact fees to allow flexibility in adopting fees, and this will be on regular business on December 3rd's council meeting. And then finally, Agenda Bill 7640, amending school impact fees, and this too will be on regular business on December 3rd's council meeting. Next Services and Safety Committee will be on December 11th. The Eastside Fire and Rescue Board met on December 8th at Eastside Fire and Rescue Headquarters. The board chair pro tem was none other than our own Mayor Pauly. The agenda included the board's approval of a letter of agreement with the unions related to membership, firefighter annual physicals, and special assignments. And the board was also asked to provide input into the Eastside Fire and Rescue's 2019 agenda, their legislative calendar, and the 2018 Fire Chief Evaluation. And then finally, I just wanted to let everyone know that Eastside Fire and Rescue does have a strike force down fighting fires in Northern California, so they should be down there for about another week helping out with that mess. And the next Eastside Fire and Rescue Board meeting will be on December 13th, and that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Ray. Councilmember Ramos?
Thank you, Mayor. On the 9th of November, I attended the Eastside Transportation Partnership meeting, and we were working on the legislative agenda, which I mentioned earlier, and that will be on their agenda on the 14th of December when I attend that meeting to pass that if all goes as planned. Also, the Emergency Management Advisory Committee will meet on December 12th as well. I'll be there. The agenda is not set yet. The Regional Transit Committee will also meet, I should say, the SCA caucus of the Regional Transit Committee will be meeting on 12/19 as we work on some of those issues to break those into, coming into 2019, working with Metro on some issues. The next Council Infrastructure Committee will be on the 20th of December, and the agenda has not been set for that yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramos. Councilmember Winterstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next Thursday, the 29th, will be the next meeting of the Puget Sound Regional Council's Growth Management Policy Board. The agenda has not yet been published, though I suspect it's going to focus on the PSRC's vision update. That has been our primary work plan for the year. And I also wanted to mention that the Issaquah Chamber of Commerce has published their legislative agenda for the city. And it's so that is, I think we're going to start hearing more from them. I think there's been a real focus on that they put into legislative matters affecting them here in the city, including, of course, economic development, transportation, and housing among them. I just want to make my fellow council members aware that that is not available from them online. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Winterstein. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Land and Shore Committee next meets on December 6th at 6:30 p.m. here in council chambers, and the agenda has not yet been set. That's my report.
Thank you. Deputy Council President Batiste.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Eastside Human Services Forum did not meet in November, and I'll give an update on what's coming forward in December at the next meeting.
Thank you. Council President Martz.
Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee met last Wednesday at 7 p.m. in Renton City Hall. Two particular items of interest. We looked at the 2019 SCA legislative agenda, which hadn't changed substantively from the version that you all saw. Moved that forward, recommended that forward. We continued to look at the Regional Affordable Housing Task Force. I will be talking about that a little bit more in good of the order, because I want to come back to it. I had gotten some feedback from folks, so I want to address it a little bit further. GMPC, Growth Management Planning Council, will meet Thursday, November 29th at 4 p.m. in PSRC chambers, and the primary topic is the Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations that relate to the GMPC. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Council President Martz. Now for the mayor's report. There will be an executive session held this evening to discuss property acquisition per RCW 42.30.110(1)(b). This item is expected to last 40 minutes, and no action is anticipated to follow an open session. I wanted to talk a little bit about a donation from Lakeside Industries this evening. I would like to thank Lakeside Industries for their generous donation of 5 acres of property to the Lake Sammamish State Park. I would also like to thank Mountains to Sound Greenway Trust for their role in facilitating discussions that ultimately led to the donation of this section of Creekside property. The donation will result in better connection between the park's trails and the city of Issaquah. It will also aid in the conservation efforts, allowing state parks to move forward with creek restoration sooner rather than originally planned. And we're very proud to have a company like Lakeside Industries based here in Issaquah. It's refreshing to know that businesses like Lakeside care as much about the well-being of the people that live, work, and play here in Issaquah as much as we do. And we are very fortunate to benefit by Mountains to Sound Greenway Trust's dedication to the work they do to conserve and enhance our region's landscape. I also want to tell Council about a couple of community meetings that happened over the last few weeks. City staff recently facilitated 2 community meetings for residents of the neighborhoods of South Cove and Sycamore. South Cove was the annual Homeowners Association meetings. It was on Monday, November 12th, between 7 and 8:30 at Zambika. It was a check-in for the mayor with the neighborhood and had 20 attendees. There's some follow-up items from questions that were asked about pavement management plans, who manages lighting in the neighborhood, and they eagerly wanted to hear an update on the WashDOT project. There was a neighborhood meeting for Sycamore on November 13th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Rogue Brewery. This neighborhood is currently a mix of sanitary sewer, either as septic system or sanitary sewer, and this open house was a question to gauge the neighborhood interest in sanitary sewer service through a local improvement district or some other financing mechanism. The results of the open house will be reported out to the community in the next few weeks or so. There are about 40 attendees for that open house. And lastly, I wanted to talk about the Turkey Trot happening this Thursday, November 22nd at 9 a.m. Please join me at the Issaquah Turkey Trot, a fun and casual run, walk, or trot through downtown Issaquah on Thanksgiving morning. It starts at 9 a.m. Need you to arrive at 8:30 a.m. to participate and allow you to get to the start line. And the start and finish line is on Bush Street between the food bank and the community center. Thanksgiving-inspired costumes and accessories are always encouraged, and the proceeds from this event go to the Issaquah Food and Clothing Bank. And if you need more information, www.issaquahturkeytrot.org. Thanks. Next item on our agenda this evening is the consent calendar. This calendar was distributed to council in advance, and if authorized, the items on the consent calendar will be considered together and approved by one motion. Have the payables and payroll been reviewed?
Yes.
Thank you. Does any council member desire to remove any item from the consent calendar and consider it under regular business? Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move we adopt the consent calendar as listed in this evening's published agenda.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to approve the calendar. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. The next item under the agenda is regular business, and first up is AB 7651, Human Services Grant Funding Recommendations. This item is coming out of the Council Services and Safety Committee, and I'd like to invite Sustainability Director David Fujimoto to make a presentation.
Excuse me. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. David Fujimoto, Director of the Office of Sustainability. I'm here tonight to provide a quick overview of the Human Services Commission grant recommendations, but I'll be joined by our Human Services Commission Chair, Derek Franklin, and our Vice Chair, Vanessa Musa-Vizadeh. And we also have several members of our commission who have joined us here tonight, so we wish to express our gratitude and appreciation for their hard work over the past several months. Real quickly, as a recap, the Human Services Grant Program is a 2-year cycle. We work with about 17 other cities through a collaborative in both Northeast, and South King County to let an RFP to request proposals from a variety of agencies to request funding from the city. This RFP covers a full range of services. We often talk about services that range from prevention through crisis intervention along one spectrum, and then along the age spectrum from prenatal all the way through seniors. And then we also have more recently the benefit of some additional work that provides some focus for some areas for targeted attention. The process is outlined so that the Human Services Commission dedicates some time to reviewing and providing recommendations on those grants, and they present those to the City Council, which is why we're here tonight, which approves the overall funding and the allocation. As I mentioned before, we have some additional information that was helping to inform the process this year. In 2017, we completed a community needs assessment, and that helped us to identify some additional areas for support. And these are some of the primary categories with some examples of the types of targeted support that could be provided or that were identified through that body of work. This year, and as with the last cycle, we also identified a funding level. This was something that was adopted through Agenda Bill 7479 earlier this year, which set a funding level of $495,000 overall. And this was had two different components to it. It included a base funding amount as well as a targeted funding amount in that conversation. The targeted funding related to those areas identified for some additional need and support. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Derek and Vanessa to go through the process and the recommendations.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Derek Franklin. I serve as chair of the Human Services Commission. Talking a little bit, as David said, about the overview of our process. The review of the Human Services grants is really the major work item for the commission, and we've been working to improve the process with every cycle. Here you see an overall timeline of key dates and commission grant review meetings in the past year. There were several preparations leading up to the application period itself and throughout the process. Some of these preparations included, one, an overall grant review, process review, which we started late in the fall 2017 to step back and look at our process a little bit and check for possibilities for updates. Next, a review of several inputs, such as the Comprehensive Plan Human Services element and the recently completed Issaquah Community Needs Assessment. Also, preparation for a grant's vision statement was developed to provide a high-level guidance or sense of high-level guidance for us as a group and alignment around the desired outcome of the commission's work. Also, a review and update of the commission's scoring tools, which I'll speak to in a few slides. Preparation of a city supplement, a 2-page summary of grant objectives and priorities, including those in the needs assessment, which was conveyed to all grantees. So in other words, applicants who applied to the city of Issaquah got a supplement highlighting some of the specifics around applying to the city. The commission all received equity training, and I'll speak to that in a moment as well. We onboarded new commissioners this year. 3 were new, and or 3 came on board with some experience from last cycle, and the others were new. So it took some time to orient folks to the somewhat complicated process with help of city staff. And we took the time this year to implement a practice scoring round, given that there's several steps to the process, but a round that involved the commission going through a mock scoring scenario to try to work out kinks ahead of time. We held a series of grant review meetings, as it says in the calendar, May through September, 8 meetings in total. We also participated in a joint Eastside Commission meeting, including the cities of Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, Sammamish, and Issaquah. And then finally, with our scoring, we had 3 rounds of review and deliberation. The first round was scoring, formally scoring, and initial funding suggestions within each of 5 goal areas, which I'll speak to in a moment. The second round included refinements and consideration across the full range of programs that we're recommending. And then finally, round 3 was to step back a little farther and look at any final tweaks or refinements that would, in our estimation, give the council a solid portfolio of services to deliberate upon once recommended. I spoke to the equity training that the council, that the commission went through. We had the honor of working with Sarah Tran with the Nonprofit Assistance Center. A few takeaways from the commission members were, one, that we're really here to be advocates for the community and not judge and jury on these applications. Also, to be aware of one's implicit and unconscious biases and do the work ourselves and as a group to practice dismantling them. To actively seek to invest in those community-based organizations who we believe can do the work in ways that perhaps other mainstream organizations may not be able to do. And finally, to work together to choose a group of organizations that will collectively meet the unique needs of the Issaquah community, and recognizing that this requires multiple approaches. So grant applications received. As a result of the request for proposal from the city, we received 91 applications representing over $1.1 million in funding requests. Compared to the 2017-2018 cycle, this represents a 23% increase in the number of applications and a 58% increase in the number or the dollars requested of the city. In 2017-2018, in the cycle there, for comparison, there were 74 applications and $694,000 approximately in requests. So the commission reviews grant applications in 5 goal areas or buckets. These had an origin in the United Way process. They're used by other East Side cities that allows for clear communications and comparison. The pie chart on the screen is a breakdown of funding requests as represented by applications we received in each of the goal areas. There were several new program applications this cycle. They're listed on the screen in front of you. We received 22 new program applications in 2018, and we've not received applications from these programs specifically. That's to differentiate from organizations. Or a single organization can apply for unique programs within their broader umbrella. These represent programs we've not had applications for in the past. So the evaluation criteria itself, we focus on several factors in doing this. First, the demonstration of need by the applicant. We considered two aspects of that. One, the need for services, using both qualitative and quantitative data. Did they provide services, for example, that were not otherwise available? So taking a closer look at what they propose their services would be and aligning that with what we have before us in terms of data, community needs assessment, other metrics from the city. And then also financial need, the degree of financial need that organizations have for city support, the impact of the dollars. We also looked at the level and quality of service, the capacity to provide services to Issaquah residents, changes in service demands, consistency in services and meeting demands historically. We looked also at accessibility, issues like affordability, physical accessibility for residents, transportation, immediacy of services, cultural competence to meet the population's needs, and other criteria. And then finally at partnerships, that the ability for the grantees to coordinate services with other agencies to maximize impact and efficiency was of consideration for the commission. Funding recommendations. In addition, the evaluation of applications occurred at 3 levels of consideration. Individually, at the individual level, commission members reviewed applications, applying criteria and reviewing applications across, basically for all the commission members. So every commission member had a chance to read and review each of the applications. We looked at the applications across goal area, the 5 goal areas identified previously by the city, considering the suite of applications in each of these areas. This allowed us to consider, for example, for multiple applications for like services in one goal area. So the council may see, for example, in a goal area around providing shelter, that there may be recommendations for 2 organizations that provide similar services. And then finally, we stepped farthest back and looked sort of portfolio-wide at what their recommendations would be, looking at all of the needs in the community, how recommendations that we can provide might function together as a package and interact as best as possible with one another. And then recommendations do reflect the vision, goals, and key areas of the city, the funding allocations, applicants that receive full or partial funding. That was in 63 of the 91 applicants. Applicants that did not receive funding were 28 total. And there were applications that, as I said, did not receive funding. And we realized right up front that the requests for applicants this cycle far exceeded our budget. While we, as a commission, recognize and we're thankful and appreciative of the council's decision to increase the funding that you decided to give to human services this year, the need continues to outstrip some demand. Our primary responsibility was to ensure a fiscally responsible allocation to organizations best suited to deliver needed services and able to validate effective use of funding with an eye towards minimizing redundancy. And we also recognize the benefit of newer and less proven organizations serving unique populations and providing unique services as the populations and demands of the city continue to evolve. Generally, all these applicants are well-respected and provide competent services, and it was a very, very difficult decision to make to not fund these that involved considerable deliberations. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Vanessa, who will cover the commission's specific grant recommendations.
Thank you, Derek.
Good evening. I'm Vanessa Moussavi-Zadeh, Vice Chair of the Human Services Commission. I'm going to talk to you a little bit in more specificity about the goal areas, but before I do, the part about the presentation that isn't that clear is how much heart we put into our deliberations. And I want to elevate that for you because we take our work so seriously, and I don't think it's a stretch to say that each of us lost a little sleep in our checking each other and advocating for community needs. So with that, we'll go into goal area 1. Goal area 1 covers services for basic needs, including housing and shelter. It addresses food insecurity, food access, housing insecurity, affordable housing, supportive services, and a range of homeless services to support 4 populations, including youth, men, women, and families experiencing homelessness. This goal area constitutes 47% of total funding recommendations. It also involves 26 of 32 applications that we're proposing for funding. It represents about 233,000 of almost 400,000 requested. It's a 33% increase over the last cycle requested, and it includes about 50,000 in targeted funding. The targeted funding allowed for increases in services specific to homeless response system, including outreach, day centers, shelter, housing stability, and homelessness prevention. Notably, this is a first-time funding recommendation for the Muslim Community Resource Center and YWCA, Issaquah Family Village Resident Services. And we'd also like to elevate that we are recommending Friends of Youth TLP, or Transitional Living Program, focused on youth, young adult homelessness, substance use disorder, case management, and transitional housing. We're also like to highlight support for HopeLink Family Development, wraparound case management focused on housing stability, prevention, and homelessness, and significant investment in financial assistance, as well as continued support of East Side Homeless Response System. For goal area 2, this goal area addresses school readiness, social and emotional support for youth and families, adult independent living, culturally specific support services, information and referral, and legal assistance. This goal area constitutes 14% of total funding recommendations. We're recommending 11 of 18 applications, which represents almost 69,000 of 173,000 total requested. It's a 25% increase in funding over the last cycle, and it includes 20,700 in targeted funding, which contributes to culturally relevant navigation, case management, language access, youth substance abuse prevention leadership development. Notably, we're suggesting continued support of East Side Friends of Seniors, new targeted services, including culturally focused and language access programs, and new programs with IAWW, Influence the Choice, and Cultural Bridges. For goal area 3, this goal area includes advocacy, domestic violence, legal services, housing and shelter, counseling, information, and referral. This goal area constitutes 11% of total funding recommendations. We are recommending 6 of 7 applications be funded, which represents 53,600 of nearly 147,000 total requested. It's a 36% increase from the last cycle in this goal area. It includes nearly 18,000 in targeted funding. Notably, we are recommending funding for DAWN. This is new funding for shelter and supportive services for domestic violence, increased funding for LifeWire Shelter, My Sister's Home, and new funding to LifeWire's Housing Stability Program, focused on prevention, financial assistance, rapid rehousing, diversion, flexible financial assistance, and advocacy services. And for goal area 4, this goal area includes medical care, dental care, mental health and behavioral health, substance use disorder treatment, and supportive services. 5 of the 22 applications are recommended for funding, represents 100,500 of nearly 300,000 total requested. It's a 56% increase over the past cycle. It includes 25,600 in targeted funding. Notably, we'd like to mention that we are suggesting an increase in funding recommendations in this goal area. It's a 56% increase funding all medical and dental programs that were brought to us. That includes HealthPoint and International Community Health Services, or ICHS. Expansion of funding in behavioral health services, mental health counseling and recovery services, treatment of substance use disorders, and psychiatric treatment, and funding for health education in schools through NAMI. And then the last bucket is goal area 5. Services in this goal area include skill development and training, job placement, supported employment, and child care referral and technical assistance services. This goal area constitutes 8% of total funding recommendations. We're recommending 6 of the 10 applications for funding. This represents just over 39,000 of the over 94,000 in total requests. It's a 4% increase in funding from the last cycle. This represents 4,200 in targeted funding. Notably, we see a significant focus around employment and education services for individuals with barriers to employment in this bucket. In sum, the Human Services Commission recommends funding 65 applications to meet the funding level target of $495,000. The additional funding provided for this year's grant cycle gave us the ability to support a number of important services in our community. We are experiencing an increase in demand for services, and the additional funding has made an important difference in our ability to support community needs. The Commission has regularly reflected on the critical impact this additional target funding has made in filling service gaps in our community. And finally, I'd just like to recognize David for his leadership and support of the Commission throughout. He's done a stand-up job in keeping us on target, focused, organized, and the reason why we have a successful recommendation for you on time is largely due to him. Thank you, and we welcome questions.
Thank you, Vanessa. Before we move to council questions, could other members of the Commission that are here this evening just raise your hand so council is aware? Thank you for coming. It's great. Council questions? No council? I had to have one. There you go. Councilmember Ray.
I think this may be a panel question. So it's my understanding that some organizations had multiple grant requests in, and some of them got funded and some did not.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's because you went through the list of people who didn't get funded, and I guess I was just struck with they did get something for other programs.
That's correct.
In some instances.
So we do accept applications on for programs that are specific programs or services, and an agency can choose to submit more than one application. So in several instances, there were organizations that submitted applications for multiple programs and may have received some of the funding, but not necessarily all.
Is there a process in place or envisioned to circle back with those entities that didn't receive funding and do a debrief with them so that they can understand what the thinking was of the commission and looking forward to next year how they might align?
Absolutely. So we are happy to, we typically handle those as requested, but are happy to meet with the applicants or talk with them by phone, whatever is easiest to provide whatever feedback we can for this grant process. And then typically as part of the process in future years, we also have application workshops and other opportunities for potential grant applicants to understand the process that's coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ray. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Winterstein.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and the information. I really do appreciate all the time and effort. I know it's not an easy task. I think the comment was made something to the effect how even those that didn't receive a recommendation from the commission, many of them deemed to be offering a worthy and important service to people within the community. So I know that makes it especially difficult. I do want to ask one question. There in the presentation, at one point, it does say that you did actively seek to invest in niche community-based organizations. And I'm wondering if any of which that you are, who might fit that description within this proposed funding?
Certainly. So there are some organizations that are more community-based in their populations that they work with. Some examples include India Association of Western Washington, Muslim Association, Muslim Community Resource, Center. There are also some organizations that specialize in reaching culturally based kind of cultural navigation, such as the Chinese Information Services Center. So some of those outreach navigation services are more kind of tailored to those populations.
Okay, so it wasn't just Issaquah community, it was a broader community definition.
It was they're more based in or have connections with those community members, which include community members in Issaquah, but by the nature of their organization, they're more oriented towards those cultural characteristics, if you will.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions? And for a motion?
I'd like to move to adopt the 2019-2020 Human Services Grant Funding as recommended by the Human Services Commission.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any council discussion? Councilmember Ray.
I'd like to start it off. First, I want to just amplify what Councilmember Winterstein said and recognize the hard work that the Human Services Commission put into making these recommendations. Earlier this year, we set the target for these grants and then gave them the very dubious job of figuring out how to decide which of this pantheon of very worthy organizations should be funded and funded at what level. And I also want to recognize the leadership of Derek and Vanessa and David in bringing this home, because this was a difficult task and required a great deal of energy to make it come together. I particularly like the process we went through and having well-defined criteria to apply so that we can say these are the places that we selected and here's why. And then also if we can circle back with, and this goes to my question earlier, with those entities or those grants that we didn't fund so that they understand why, and given that we have some constraints, what that methodology looked like. So I think this is a heck of a good plan moving forward for the next 2 years.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramos.
Yes, I just want to thank the commission and Derek and everybody on there for all the hard work. And you know, I was on that commission for almost 10 years, and so I know what, excuse me, what the hard work is, and having the increased number of applicants makes it even more difficult. And I'm very happy that we got you increased funding, which had the ability to spread those grants out more. But when you got the increased funding, the number of applications also increased proportionally, it seemed like. So you had just a difficult job. So I want to thank you for your work, and really appreciate all that you do, because I know the hours you put in and the, as you mentioned, the heartache of making those decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Council President Batiste.
So I just wanted to also thank the entire Human Services Commission, David and the staff, and I really understand when you talk about the heart that goes into the deliberations. It's just never easy, and it was amazing to see that we were able to increase that funding, but then seeing the increase in applications as well, so just never an easy job. I see that the binder has grown even larger than years in the past. And this is not an easy job, looking across all of the organizations that work locally, that work regionally, and also the partnerships and being able to try to determine the best avenues. In terms of the process, it's always great for me to see how the process has evolved, and I see some of my the members that I sat on the commission with years ago, and seeing how the process has evolved and seeing those goal areas broken down is really impactful. And so I love to see that happening, and really great to see some of the new programs that new groups that have applied, like the YWCA, and some of the expansion of current programs like the food bank, Groceries to Go. And I would just end, thank you for such an amazing job. And I would echo some of my former or my council members that are talking about circling back around with the groups that weren't funded, and also with the groups that maybe were funded for certain programs and not funded for other programs, so they can better understand how to go forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any, Councilmember Winterstein?
Thank you. I have real mixed emotions about this. At one point, at one side, I guess I could use the word proud. I'm proud that this body, the council, and the city in general, the mayor's office as well, supported the increase in funding. It certainly, I have witnessed over the 10 years that the commission has existed, this community and our leadership willing to extend ourselves more and more to help more organizations, help more people in need within Issaquah, and that's fantastic. At the same time, I've seen it, I think we had less than 200,000 the first year I was involved, and not nearly as many applications. And so at the same time, the number of hands that are reaching out for money and the competition for this funding is grown. And I have a lot of appreciation for human services agencies. Unlike many of our business and landowners seeking maybe 30 years of certainty and predictability, many of these agencies are going 1- and 2-year cycles on certain whether or not they're going to be able to continue to offer their same program. That's a very difficult, challenging world when the funding that you may be dependent upon is so unpredictable. And so that's where I'm torn. That's kind of what makes it very difficult, because I'll say, I mean, I've been very aware of 211 for a long time, and I know people down here for the meals program that I'm part of that have spoken about using it, and I've pushed people in that direction to make a call there as well. So to see that organization, that function, this process deem that they aren't worthy of our funding. I'm not going to question that tonight, but boy, to learn that it's gotten to that point where an organization that my perception is at least that serves so many with our organization, we decided that they didn't, or within our city, didn't deserve any of our funding. I don't know what that means, but what I'm seeing in it is that again, more hands, more competition, even though we've got more money that we're offering, making it is really and always has been a competitive market. And I would just ask going forward that especially when there's been a long term in history of the city supporting a certain organization, that some consideration be given to that, because of the difficulty it is to constantly evolve your human services organization to adjust to the increased competition that there is from more and more voices and hands being held out in seek of funds. So I just wanted to share with my colleagues on the council and everybody listening, those that got funding that did not, that seldom have I seen an application that wasn't worthy of something. And I know that the sources of funds that you may be seeking are diversified. You have a lot of different people you're working with, and you all have different capabilities within your staff to actually achieve that funding level that you're seeking. I recognize those challenges. I'm glad that we can help where we are. And yet I'm going to continue to challenge us in our city and the commission to continue to refine what you have been doing, refining your process and understanding how our limited resources can go to best meet the needs within the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Winterstein. Any other comments? So if there is no further discussion, all those in favor of approving the 2019-2020 Human Services Grant funding as recommended by the Human Services Commission signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda this evening is AB 7326, the Old Town Subarea Plan Update. This item is coming out of the Council Land and Shore Committee, and I'd like to invite Senior Planner Kristen Leeson to make a presentation.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm Kristen Leeson, Senior Planner with the Development Services Department, here to talk about the Old Town Subarea Plan. So the purpose of this update is to address some 2015 council goals that came up, to update a plan that has really not been touched since it was adopted in 1999, so about 19 years, to consider task force recommendations that were made in 2015, and to, Issaquah is growing, so we want to be able to ensure that we can maintain Old Town's character while increasing its vitality. So just a little history. This was adopted in 1999. In 2009, it was amended just to remove any references to the bypass. In 2015, there were some council goals that came up regarding circulation and establishing a task force. So a task force was formed and a recommendation was made at the end of that year. In 2016, the Old Town Subarea Plan update was begun. In 2017, PPC made a recommendation to approve the plan amendments, and Land and Shore began review. In March of 2018, Land and Shore, or City Council actually, referred the plan back to PPC for further review. We had some new members by that time, so we took them on a big tour of Old Town, which was a huge hit. And then in July, PPC held their second public hearing, went back to Land and Shore in September of this year, and here we are. So just some format changes. You can see from the pictures that the 1999 plan was very, very thick, and it has decreased in size quite a bit without losing any of its importance and relevance. The EIS was included in the original plan, and that has been removed. That's not done anymore. We made elements consistent with the Central Issaquah plan, so we added housing and environment. We removed the facilities and utilities element. We removed excess background information to improve readability. For example, I was looking the other day at the 1999 land use element, which is 37 pages long, and the policies don't start until about page 30. So there was a lot of information there. And then the implementation section that was there that talked about things like replacing water lines and looking at certain intersections was replaced with an action program. So some policy changes that we have from 1999. Encourage active use, and these are summarized from the plan, so not as much detail is included here, but encourage active use of sidewalks to adjacent businesses, update standards for CBD and MFH, increase and promote neighborhood interaction, implement Parks strategic plan, continue the green necklace, which was a new idea since this has been adopted through Old Town, prioritize non-motorized facilities and increase mobility options, repurpose underutilized city-owned properties, employ public parking management strategies, minimize negative impacts on regional traffic. Nope, negative impacts of regional traffic. There we go. Amend parking requirements, allow pop-up and non-traditional retail ventures, and adopt residential architectural standards, reduce heights in higher residential areas. I will say when this was remanded from council back to Planning Policy Commission, you all did ask them to look at 5 particular things. One was to look at the Old Town sub-area boundaries. So things that they looked at were Old Route 10, which you're talking about tonight, was removed from Central Issaquah, and there was a discussion about adding that to the north end of Old Town. They also talked about removing the area kind of south of Clark, where the schools are on the east and west side of Front Street from Old Town. They didn't feel like it had the same character without the grid system and the same type of architecture. However, once they realized that we're going to look at the standards this upcoming year, they decided to postpone any amendments. So there have been no changes at this time, but one of their action items is to revisit the standards and the boundaries 1 year after the standards are adopted. Another one was to look at the proposed plan structure in relationship to the Central Issaquah vision. They talked about it, but the vision hadn't been adopted yet, and they felt like Old Town was unique, and therefore the plan for Old Town needed to be unique as well. Strategies or actions from traffic calming efforts. They didn't expand on the existing policies that were there. I have in here that they provided a description of cut-through traffic, but that has since been removed. Parking, they agreed with the idea of employing parking management strategies, and then proposed zoning changes such as building height and impervious surface. They were supportive of the Land and Shore Committee's recommendations and didn't make any additional changes. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Kristen. Are there questions for Kristen? Not seeing any. Second chance for questions? motion.
All right, Madam Mayor.
Hang on a second. Paul, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number
2849.
repealing and replacing the Old Town Subarea Plan, a subarea plan within Issaquah's comprehensive plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Paul? Thank you. Discussion.
Well, as
Council President
All right.
Martz as the mover.
I'm the mover because I was lucky enough to sub as chair of Land and Shore. Land and Shore took a very comprehensive review of this year, and I just want to say I appreciate staff managed a lot of punch list items in reviewing this, up to and including after the most recent Land and Shore meeting. So I believe this is a very well vetted plan.
Thank you. Other comments? Still no. Okay. Oh, yes. Councilmember Winterstein.
I was seeing if you could read my mind. When we set off on this, actually, if I go back a little bit further, the council a number of years ago had spent quite a bit of energy in completing a couple major other the central sub area. And then we put a lot of attention actually into finishing the parts of the Highlands. And it was upon completion of those, it was recognized by the council at that time that that this part of town, which so represents much of what people identify with as the heart of Issaquah, perhaps needed some of our attention. That was probably 4 years ago. And so this has run quite a long process. I think it's a very difficult task when I think we set off for ourselves on a very difficult task. If you think of the neighborhoods within Issaquah, some are newer, some are older, and one's an original. And that original has probably seen more change in the last 10 years than any of the other neighborhoods. If I think about Squaw Mountain, the change is a little bit slower coming there. And you could, the newer you are, the less change you've seen. But it's a very difficult task to set out to preserve a character. I think that's, and because character is defined by differently by a lot of different people. But one of the ways that it is defined preeminently around here is in the buildings and the structure. There's many other aspects, of course. And I think this is where this plan is innovative and bold in that there was quite a bit of community participation, especially early on, and that data is in the bill if you haven't seen that. You should look at that. There was quite a bit of input given. There's quite a, and further, I think one of the biggest steps that's in here have to do with building heights. You want to change a place, build much bigger buildings around older, smaller buildings, and tear down and build bigger. And this, we're trying to reverse that trend here, and that's a big deal. That affects people here now, both residents and business and property owners, and it'll affect things for many years into the future. So I really do believe there's much here, and this is a bold plan to do what we set out to do, is to do the best of our ability to be fair and to try to preserve that part of Issaquah, what we think is essential to our character and identity. And I know that this is not just the effort of this council, as you said earlier. There are many commission members and many members of the public, especially citizens who live in the Old Town area, that participated in this. I certainly think we've done our best possible job, and I'm looking forward to its implementation.
Thank you, Councilmember Winterstein. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? Not seeing anyone. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting ordinance number 2849, repealing and replacing the Old Town Subarea Plan, a subarea plan within Issaquah's comprehensive plan, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda this evening is AB 7643, Central Issaquah zoning for Old Route 10, East Gilman Boulevard, and intensive commercial areas. This item is also coming out of the Council Land and Shore Committee, and I'd like to invite not the Planning Policy Manager, but the Director of Development Services, Keith Niven, to make a presentation.
Just seeing if you're paying attention.
Yep.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, Keith Niven, Director of Development Services. So this evening, we're going to discuss Agenda Bill 7643, which is zoning for 2 areas of the city which were taken out of Central Issaquah as part of the moratorium, concluding the moratorium. So on May 21st, we ended the moratorium following the adoption of the district visions. As part of that process, it was decided that there were 2 areas that just didn't really feel like Central Issaquah. One was the east end of Gilman, and the other was a portion of the property zoned intensive commercial over by the Public Works Operations Shop. In total, we had 15 parcels zoned intensive commercial that we were taking out, and 39 parcels zoned destination retail. By taking them out of Central, it required us to go through and look at zoning, what would be the appropriate zoning, and what would be the standards that would be assessed to those properties. We went through a public notice process where 150 notices were sent out to property owners within 300 feet of those affected properties. And then we held a number of meetings at the Planning Policy Commission to discuss potential outcomes. We also came to the council at a work session through ID 0301, and we talked about this. We talked about alternatives and options, and that led us then to a conversation at Land and Shore. So to orient everybody, here's a zoning map of the city, and the area that we're talking about is really kind of at the southeast end of what used to be the boundaries of Central Issaquah. We have the properties in, and they don't show up as gray there, but they show up as white up on the screen. Those are intensive commercial, and then these ones that are kind of purplish pink, those are the ones that were zoned destination retail. The proposal that we're making is that we create an intensive commercial zone outside of Central Issaquah. So there would be some parcels that were left within Central Issaquah that would be zoned intensive commercial, and then there would be a number of properties zoned intensive commercial outside. Similarly, what we ultimately are recommending for what used to be destination retail is to have a mixed-use zone within Central Issaquah and a mixed-use zone outside of Central Issaquah. So in terms of the policy considerations, first we have to deal with what zoning is appropriate for these properties. And then the second piece of the question would be, when we decided to take these out of Central Issaquah, was it envisioned that there would be a down zone or any effect to the property owners? And so that's kind of the process we went through as we started to talk about alternatives. So go through my chart here with you guys. Intensive commercial, so option 1, that's what they have now. So this zoning is a remnant of Central Issaquah. So basically there's a floor area ratio requirement. There's the building heights, there's the setbacks, and then there's the impervious. The second column, this represents the standards that were in place prior to bringing them into Central Issaquah. So those parcels in intensive commercial were zoned intensive commercial prior to the adoption of Central Issaquah, and these were the standards that applied back in 2013-ish, 2012. And so what we're recommending now is kind of a split between the two. So as you heard earlier from one of the property owners, we're recommending that the building height go back to 40 feet and not stay at 48. The difference between those two is roughly 1 story. You can build 3 stories at 40, and you can build 4 stories at 48. But what this also says is there's a maximum of 65 feet that would be allowed, so that's 5 stories. And that's consistent within all three recommendations. So we did not make a recommendation to remove that or reduce that in any way. That was consistent with what they had prior to inclusion in Central. And there's provisions within the city code which tells you how you get basically from 40 feet to 65 feet. From a setback standpoint, the conversation we had with the property owners is the land uses within the intensive commercial zone. They're very auto-oriented. So things like setbacks, front yard, side yard, rear yard setbacks, all made sense for those property owners. As you can see, what they have now are zeros. And part of the reason for the zeros in Central is we want all our buildings to be right next to each other. It promotes walkability and pedestrian interest. I think when we decided to pull these properties out of Central Issaquah, there's also an acknowledgement that this area is really not pedestrian oriented. It really remains very auto oriented. And so these setbacks are more in keeping with a more suburban style of development. What we did, though, we also kept the 90% impervious from Central, and one of the reasons why we didn't revert that back to the 65% is, as I think we agreed with the property owner that testified earlier, there's really not that much land in intensive commercial left. We don't have a stormwater limitation that would warrant limiting it to 65%. And so leaving it at 90% seemed like that was a good compromise with the property owners. So flipping now to destination retail, the conversation we had is, really there's nothing that requires those properties to stay retail, and so having it be called destination retail really didn't make sense long-term for the city, so that's why we were proposing mixed use. Under the current standards, again, there's an FAR requirement within Central Issaquah where we're going to the preferred option from the administration. Really not much has changed. The big conversation was about front yard. Within Central, there's really a build-to line, again, getting back to that expectation that properties would build up to the street right away to promote walkability. As we talked about it primarily with the Grange and Bohms and Sam Kyle, I think there was a belief that, those properties really wanted a little bit of a setback from the right-of-way, and so we changed it from basically the zero build-to line to a 10-foot front yard setback. But all the other standards we're proposing to remain the same. So that's the recommendation from the administration is really option 3 for both intensive commercial and for mixed use. And I think that's the end of my presentation.
Questions? Councilmember Winterstein.
Thank you. Keith, what are the ways in which a property owner can build up to 65 feet? If the base height is 40 or 48, how do they get to 65?
So in Central, the way that you get above the base height is there's a density bonus program or transfer development rights. Outside, it's specified in the city code. And I don't have that list memorized, I apologize, but it's a specific list of criteria that you have to satisfy to be able to go above the base height. Could phone a friend, but none of them are here.
I'll look it
So,
up.
Other questions?
it's
Councilmember
under
Hunt.
the administrative adjustment of standards, council member, if that would be helpful.
Could you talk about what percentage of the property owners were able to discuss the changes with you in the series of meetings that were conducted?
Sure. So we didn't have, as I mentioned earlier, we sent out over 150 notices to affected property owners. For the destination retail, we primarily had 3 property owners. It was Bohms and the Grange and Sam Kyle. For the intensive commercial, there was either only 2 or 3 property owners that engaged in the conversation. So not that many. This is kind of planning standard stuff, which a lot of people don't get super excited about. But there was opportunity. It just was not that many.
And those 150 notices, were they mostly homeowners that are nearby? Because there weren't that many parcels, so primarily homeowners.
So it would, definitely all of these homeowners would have gotten notice. The ones over on this side, you're talking like Lakeside, and the properties that are outside of Central, so which would be some more commercial properties. But here you would have picked up, Dairy Gold and Lazy Boy and those kind of properties, as well as some of the neighborhood back in here.
And I had one more clarification on the destination retail. You were talking about how it might not be retail in the future, but it also currently has residential in that area with the condominiums.
It does.
Yeah.
So mixed use, again, seemed like a good kind of outcome zone because it also allows retail, office, and residential as allowed land uses.
Thanks.
Councilmember Ray.
So Keith, what was the rationale on intensive commercial to go to 40 feet versus 48?
So part of it was, there were some upzones that happened as part of Central, but it also includes things like structured parking and FAR. And so it seemed like when we were pulling it out, and most of the properties in intensive commercial are fairly, they're developed at fairly low densities now. Most of them are single-story or two-story buildings. It seemed like having the larger building height as a base height seemed like it was pushing too much density in an area that might be underserved from an infrastructure standpoint, primarily streets.
So for option 3, these buildings would not have an FAR requirement or a structured parking, so we could have street parking and, okay, great, thank you.
Deputy Council President Batiste.
Thank you, Keith. Just had a question on timing in terms of the recommendation that talks about housing density, the housing density and diversity and completed in 2019. And then the question, my first question is, do we have it when in 2019 would that be proposed to be done?
So that's the next agenda bill?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
You're jumping ahead. We can talk about that now if you'd like, but.
No.
Those questions.
Oh, I'm
Good
gonna hold it.
questions.
Sorry.
Some of our agenda bills this evening have a significant amount of overlap.
There was yes.
Totally on the
Questions. Councilmember Ramos.
Yeah, so just following up on the logic to stay to 40 feet where, and I understand what you're saying on that side, but to me, the other side is pretty much also predominantly single story, a little bit of two-story, but you went to 48 feet for mixed. So why is the difference on those two pieces is what I guess.
So Sam Kyle's building seems to set a pretty big scale. It's it's three big stories now, plus it's a big building. So I think the conversation, plus I think the street access, East Gilman's huge. I don't know that we'll ever build out that entire right-of-way because it's giant. So it just seemed like the capacity to handle maybe bigger buildings made sense. So I think it was simply that. It just seemed like it had the capacity to handle bigger outcomes.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number
2850.
amending the official zoning map to rezone those parcels zoned destination retail and intensive commercial that were removed from the central Issaquah plan boundary as part of the adopted Central Plan neighborhood vision, amending IMC 1806 establishment of zoning districts to add a mixed-use zone, amending IMC 18.07.360 district standards table to add a mixed-use zone and amend the standards of the intensive commercial zone, and amending Chapter 4.0 zoning districts, uses, and standards summary, and Chapter 9.0 signs of the Central Issaquah development and design standards to remove all references to the destination retail zone.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion? So if there is no discussion, I'm not going to reread that motion that was so well read by the council president. All those in favor of adopting ordinance number 2850 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries unanimously. The next item on the agenda this evening is AB 7661, proposed amendments to Central Standards Table 4.3B, permitted land uses. This item is coming out of Council Land and Shore, and we'll keep Keith up at the microphone for a presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I think one of the reasons why this agenda bill and the previous one kind of seem like they weave back and forth is they both were follow-up outcomes from the adoption of the visions and closing out the moratorium. This one initially started with a discussion about limiting hotels and self-storage units in Central. And ultimately, when that conversation was finished, the question was asked, should we go back and look at Table 4.3b, which is what this agenda bill's affectionately called, and see if there are other land uses that may not make sense in Central Issaquah based on the new visions that were adopted. So we went through that, and we came up, we had some conversations with the Planning Policy Commission, and we came up with a list of land uses that we thought made sense to limit in Central Issaquah. So correction facility jails, hazardous waste storage and treatment facilities, heliport, helipad, helistop, automotive wrecking or dismantling yard, not too pedestrian oriented, agricultural food processing and storage, boat building, sales and repair, building materials storage and sales, distribution center, and feed store, agricultural supply. So this was a list. We talked about it at Planning Policy Commission. We came through Council Committee, and ultimately we were ready to adopt this, and there was an ask to go back and look at one of the recommendations that came out of the Planning Policy Commission, which was to limit duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes from the core and the mixed-use zone. And, you know, as we talked about that, you know, there were a number of questions that really came up, and a lot of it has to do, so this one kind of has a new name other than 4.3b, which is density and diversity. And so it's about talking about housing density and housing diversity. And, you know, right now, the core and the mixed-use zone make up 531 acres. That's over half of Central Issaquah and a big part of our valley floor. And if you're not going to allow duplex, triplex, and fourplexes within those 531 acres, what kind of housing are you going to get? And we have a pretty aggressive housing target as part of the Regional Growth Center. And if it all ends up being stacked flats, and if nobody's building condominiums, if all we're getting is apartments, then that's a lot of apartments that we're headed towards in our city. And so that part of it, is kind of then counterbalanced with a conversation about, well, we need density. And if we're allowing duplexes and triplexes and maybe fourplexes, they start to kind of pivot towards more dense housing. But if we're starting to allow or get a lot of our core and mixed-use area being redeveloped at a lower density housing product, then are we going to be able to reach our targets? And are we going to support the transit that we're really after for this portion of our city? And so really, what it came down to was we need to do a lot more analysis on what those outcomes might look like so that we could have a better conversation with the city council. So what we talked about at committee was to basically make a recommendation to adopt the limit of those land uses that were identified on the second slide, but to defer an action on duplex, triplex, and fourplexes until after the administration can provide some analysis and a better conversation with the city council. So that's the item that we had identified the other night at budget to work on in 2019. And to answer Deputy President Batista's question, I think what I would expect is we could get to that probably start it February, March, because we're going to probably need a consultant to do that work. That's a part of the budget conversation that we still need to have, and I think we're planning to have on the 10th. But then, so if we start February, March, then we would be done by August, September. So sometime mid part of the year, I think that analysis will be done. We'll be able to present that back to the council, and then you guys could make a decision on whether or not to include duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in the limited land uses for the core and mixed use. So kind of mid part of the year, I think we'd be ready to bring that back to the council.
Go ahead, Maria. Follow-up question?
So apologies for skipping ahead
But it's
and
okay.
hopping forward, but thank you for answering that. So mid-2019, and that analysis needs to be done first. And so then that part of the question was then we would be able to go and have that conversation after that analysis is done. So that would happen in 2019
Right.
as well.
Right. Because I think it's going to be very much a character and policy-driven conversation with the council in terms of what you would like to see Central look like. Will drive the outcome of that. But you need to have a good understanding of, what the potential unintended consequences might be of deciding that either one way or the other.
Thank you.
Other questions? Is there a motion? Councilmember Hunt.
I would move to adopt ordinance number. Adopting by reference amendments to the Central Issaquah Development and Design Standards, including Table 4.3B, permitted land uses as recommended by the Council Land and Shore Committee, and direct the administration to conduct an analysis on housing density and diversity to be completed in 2019, and revisit removal of duplex, triplex, and fourplex units from the mixed-use and urban core zones of Central Issaquah following this analysis.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Councilmember Hunt.
I am glad that we will be looking at this in more detail as a council, because I think it does have implications for the character of this area where we expect to see a lot of residential land use in the not too distant future. And I also think it has big implications for the community in terms of the housing options that will be available. As a starting place, I think that the mixed use and urban core descriptions and intent of the zoning districts, they set descriptions of the residential density as being different for the mixed use area and the urban core area. And I think that having more analysis in terms of how we can achieve those differences that were put forward in the plan will be really helpful. And I am looking forward to getting more information about how this will affect the the diversity of housing types that are available. We know that there is this missing middle housing types. It was in our housing strategy work plan that we need more of these missing middle housing types. I think that there are individuals who would like to have both a rental option with stacked flats, but also a ownership option. And as we know, there are not a lot of condominiums being built currently, and we don't know when that will change. So I would like to see more analysis on this because I think it is a complex issue and it has real implications for how this area looks and feels in the future.
Other comments? Councilmember Goodman.
And I want to thank Keith, thank you for your work on the review of this table. I very much appreciate it. I think it's part of our continued due diligence to make sure that we have the Central Issaquah plan how it should be so that we get what we have envisioned, not just what we allow. And I'd like to thank Councilmember Hunt for raising the housing issue. This is an extremely important topic, and I look forward to having that conversation next year.
Any other comments? Councilmember Winterstein.
Thank you. Actually, Keith, you mentioned it earlier. This started when the proposal was to remove the storage units. And I actually didn't support that legislation because I felt that even a residential core was still a needed service. But that did precipitate, I think as Councilmember Goodman suggested, well, let's look at the rest of the options. And I look at the ones that in front of us this evening. It is difficult to imagine how a primarily dense residential area would need those. I think it's a little bit different than the storage. So I can support that list. Further, I also want to thank Councilmember Hunt about the housing. And a moment ago, she said, she used the phrase missing middle. And I want to add a little bit more. And this is why I actually support this variation of taking the triplexes, fourplexes, off the table today for reconsideration, as this motion specifies, is that also their construction materials are generally going to be different from stack flats, especially if they get taller. Generally, they're going to be wooden in structure, and that also means that they tend to come into the market at a different price point, a lower price point, than when you've got concrete and steel in your construction. And so I would add, in addition, all the questions that you put up there about should we allow or deny these type of structures, we have to look at the affordability component and what that would mean as well. I don't have an answer to that, but this is the comprehensive, we're going to look at this comprehensively. We have to weigh that component of it as well. And we haven't really, I think this is an interesting topic now, in that we had a vision and we constantly have been striving for better ways. Well, more recently, we've been striving for better ways to help achieve those visions. And yet, the issue of housing affordability and housing stock affordable to more people who live here is elusive. And we have a housing strategy, and this type of structures can be a key part of it. And so whether or not we think they should also be allowed in these two zones is the right question for us to be considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Deputy Council President Batiste.
So I would just like to echo some of my fellow council members' comments. Thank you, Keith, for the work that's has been done here, and thank you to Councilmember Hunt for raising the question, a really, I think, really important question as we go forward and look at housing. And I look forward to being able to have that conversation regarding the duplexes, triplexes in 2019.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting ordinance number 2851, adopting by reference amendments to the Central Issaquah Development and Design Standards, including Table 4.3B, permitted land uses, as recommended by the Council Land and Shore Committee, and directing the administration to conduct an analysis on housing density and diversity to be completed in 2019, and revisit removal of duplex, triplex, and fourplex units from the mixed-use and urban core zones of Central Issaquah, following the analysis. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. The next and last item under regular business this evening is AB 7705, council vacancy process. At my notes here. So I have to first give a little background on why we have a vacancy. Congratulations to one of our sitting council members. Councilmember Ramos has been elected to represent State Legislative District 5 in Olympia. And we have received a resignation notification effective January 1st, 2019. So I'd like to invite City Clerk Tina Eggers to present the proposed process and timeline for filling the vacancy.
Hi, thank you. Yes, we have a vacancy that would become effective January 1, and with that, the council has 90 days from that time period to appoint a qualified person. That individual must be 18 years or older, a registered voter, and have 1-year residency within the city limits. That term would be valid through November of 2019. That's because the Elections Office and state law puts a higher weight on an individual who's elected rather than appointed. So the person who would be serving in the 4-year term that would start in January of 2020 actually starts earlier to carry out that service. Tonight's agenda bill, we have the timeline and process that we'd like you to approve or amend or indicate that you'd like to take more time to discuss it. Review the supplemental questions, applicant presentations, visuals, and if you had any other changes or questions for us. What I put together was a proposed timeline. Again, it's proposed. There is some flexibility here if you wanted to make some changes. In your agenda bill, you will see that those dates correlate to what was proposed to you. We could start there if that's where you're comfortable, and then we can delve in a little bit deeper if you'd like.
Thank you. Questions for the city clerk? Council President Martz.
Well, do you want to walk people through that calendar?
Sure. So if you're ready to approve a process this evening, we could begin the recruitment as early as Wednesday. We followed the same timeline or same sort of process that we did previous. There was a couple nuances. I'll point those out. We would, push this out through social media and all our other variations and look for others to be helping spread the word as well. 10 a.m. deadline works well with trying to package up materials for the public to review and for you council members to take a look at. This proposal would have a meet and greet occurring before the applicant presentations, not immediately before because of the amount of time that's needed. Last year, when we did council presentations, you started at 5 p.m. and then you went into executive session, you had dinner, and then at 8 p.m. you started your regular meeting, and that was not concluded till about 11:15. So it could make for a very long day if you were trying to have a meet and greet on the same day. If that was important to you, then I would suggest that you look at having your meet and greet and council presentations on a different date, like a non-council meeting date. Let's see. And then following the same timeline, you could be prepared to take action and fill the appointment February 4th. There was some interest in looking at possibly narrowing the scope of the pool of applicants. That would be a good suggestion if you had a large applicant pool. It may not be necessary if you have a low number, but this does provide that flexibility. And then this timeline would include sort of a open Q&A of applicants or of the finalists. And again, you could recess into executive session, but caution you to only be discussing the qualifications of applicants. And if you were ready, you could move to appoint the individual, and that agenda bill that would be coming back on the 22nd would sort of outline who the applicants are and what the process is and how the nomination process goes.
Thank you. More questions? Councilmember Winterstein, followed by Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you. This process allows for the narrowing of the pool of applicants, and you have it slotted up there, but what mechanism might we use? Has that been discussed? That would be an all-new invention, wouldn't it?
It would be new, yes.
Can we discuss that further? I'd like to get a good idea of what
Absolutely.
we might be thinking, because if we have 12, is 6 the right number? If we have 10, is 4 the right number, or something else? And then how to do that?
You're like Council President Martz waiting,
Thank you.
because we have discussed this a bit.
Yeah, so the genesis of this is the sense that we have, typically what happens is we have a whole bunch of people who come to the last meeting of this process, and many of whom do not get nominated and go through a long process. And so we thought the possibility, if we had a large number of applicants, that would make sense to perhaps narrow it down, and then that would allow us to focus in and spend more time with a smaller number of candidates for whom there was some expressed interest from the council in understanding better. I think the idea was perhaps 3, and that I suspect, although I'm open to suggestions, that we would just open it up for potentially up to 3 nominations on that evening. Although, like I said, we hadn't fully detailed this one out, but I think the idea would be taking up to 3 nominations, and then if there weren't 3, if there were only 2, we could do 2, and if there was only 1, they would have the possibility of potentially making a decision that evening before we had done Q&A. That outcome seems unlikely.
Okay, and if I may summarize, then you envision this as a very public process of identifying, and with the whole council somehow participating in who gets put on the short list, if we go that way.
Very public, correct.
Very public.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Goodman.
So I will follow up that conversation with thoughts about coming up with a number to reduce to in advance of knowing how many applicants we have and what the qualifications. I know there are hard qualifications and then there are soft qualifications. I think is kind of a difficult thing to decide, because that's different with every vacancy pool that we have. So that's my comment on that. I'm not opposed to the idea. However, because I can see how that may be a little more efficient and potentially friendlier to the folks that come and don't get nominated. I have comments about the meet and greet. I think that was an addition to the last process that we went through, and I thought it was overall a good idea. In practice, however, I felt it to be not structured enough, and it was awkward, felt awkward to me. And I think we've gotten some feedback from applicants that was awkward. So one idea, and we don't have to decide that tonight, but one idea I had thought about is, for lack of a better description, kind of a speed dating thing, where we would have 2 or 3 council members together, and then the applicants would move through and one at a time, the council members would have an opportunity to ask questions and have a conversation, so that we at least, every council member gets to have some sort of a Q&A or discussion with every applicant, and vice versa, and we didn't have that last time. Well, one idea is to have, I think my idea is to have it more structured, and that's just one thing I thought about.
Thank you. I saw Councilmember Batiste and Councilmember Ray, followed by Councilmember Hunt.
So I'm going to agree with the speed dating aspect. I think that, joking, but I too think in regard to that, that last year, it was a bit awkward, and it was also hard for the candidates to know how to move around. and have a touch with each council member. And I think it was also hard for the council members to know how to move around and have a touch with each of the applicants. The other, so I feel that was that I agree with Councilmember Goodman. I think that needs to be looked at. The other small point that I was going to ask about is the Eagle Room gives us more room to do that yet, and I'm not sure we have enough room here, but we're also walking over to a council work session, which was also an awkward component of that, to have to look at your watch and say, I've got to go now. And it would probably flow a little better if we were here and then everyone was recognizing there's a council work session. I'm just not sure there's enough room.
Work on process. Councilmember Ray, then Councilmember Hunt.
So I love the idea of an informal meet and greet. I like the idea of making it more formal in the round robin, aka speed dating structure. I think 45 minutes is inadequate, particularly if we have a turnout like we had last time. And I also am concerned that, as Deputy President Batiste just mentioned, if we have an event that we're all scurrying off to at the end of it, that creates some conflict. And I know nobody wants to put another night here on their calendar, but it might be something that's important enough to allocate some dedicated time to, so that we can do this correctly, and more importantly, that we can give the applicants for this vacancy the respect that they really deserve.
Councilmember Hunt.
I had a couple comments. I like the idea of the more structured meet and greet as well. I think that as well as the narrowing down process really depends on how many applicants we have. I think it's less critical that it be structured if there's fewer applicants, but if there is a lot of applicants, then I think that would, I think, help the applicants know how to identify with and speak with all of the council members if we did have more of a system in place for doing that. I also agree that potentially 45 minutes is not adequate time, and it could be its own standalone event, or it could be before another meeting but with more time. And the other thing that I wanted to comment on was about the 10-minute verbal presentations, and about the possibility for other sorts of presentations. I think that on council we talk, we regularly talk and deliberate on issues without visual aids, and so I actually prefer to have the applicants make their case and describe their vision for Issaquah without visual aids. So that would be my preference, because that's what we do weekly, or sometimes multiple times a week. We talk about our vision for Issaquah, and we deliberate face to face and talk it through.
Interesting. So before I go to Council President Martz, I just wanted to say I'm noting down that we have 3 things at least to discuss here. The use of visual aids or not, whether or not we will have a separate meeting with additional time, and I can't read my other note, but I'll get to it. Council President Martz, followed by, have you spoken yet, Paul? I can't remember.
Yes, but I have an additional
I'll come back to you too. Okay, Council President Martz.
So I was going to, also agree that to me, there's a question around the 10-minute presentations, but I think we should talk to that as a separate point, and then also the question around visual aids or not. But back to the issue of the calendar and meeting ahead of time. So I think I actually think about this a little bit differently than everybody else does, which is in terms of what that event is for. I think of that first and foremost as an event for the public, and then a chance for us to see the applicants interacting with the public, right? So that event, when we had it over in the Eagle Room, one of the reasons why it was funny, and we spent, the mayor and I reviewed the feedback from the applicants last year, was there weren't many members of the public there, right? I think council members outnumbered the public, but I think the intent was that's the okay, I'm seeing a head shake. I think the intent of that activity was to allow the public to get a chance to meet with those applicants, and again, for us to see the public meeting with them. And so, it's one of the reasons why we talked about moving it to this location before the council meeting, specifically because we think it would have the opportunity of producing a larger public turnout and a larger number of public members to speak to the applicants. In terms of our opportunity to speak with the applicants, one of the things that I want to add to the list of things to talk about later is I think that we should consider in the instructions to encourage candidates to consider reaching out individually to council members, because we all know that some applicants did and some applicants didn't. And then the other revolves around encouraging or at least acknowledging the possibility of letters of recommendation, which some applicants have said that they didn't really understand during the process that that was an option. So that also comes from the feedback. So I guess that is the summary of my thoughts. I think the meet and greet is really about the public, and it's the public's only chance to directly interact with the applicants before we bring the process back into this room.
Councilmember Winterstein.
Thank you. I actually have a couple questions, so please bear with me. Tina, do you remember the order of things last year? My recollection is that the presentations to council happened before the meet and greet.
It did.
And thank you. And so this is different. And Tola, my memory also serves me that I was the one who suggested the meet and greet for the purpose of giving council members an opportunity to interact with in a less structured way, up close, speaking perhaps one-on-one or at least in a small group of people. So that proposal was to create something beyond just the presentation they gave us and maybe the chance that they had to talk to us one-on-one if they reached out to us. My original intent, at least, was to create a place where candidates and council members could have more unstructured conversation. And in that regard, it did accomplish that, but I do agree with the observations, and that could be even better as well. Because I do remember going there and go, okay, I remember you saying this, now I want to ask you in direct response to that. And I thought that was actually very helpful to me. And so this order, sorry, Mayor, I mean, you're keeping a list of things. This order actually challenges me. I like the idea of that afterwards. I want to hear them and then have a chance to talk with them about that. And the other thing I'll say is, with apologies to my colleagues here on the council, that we're going to get to the questions, but there are 3 of them that I want to discuss changing the wording of.
Okay. I am going to keep the discussion going to see if there's anything else to add to the list of items to have you discuss. Did I see your hand go up, Mariah?
It sounds like you've got the list. I have more comments about what we're already discussing. You're asking for additional.
No, you can do both. If you would like to make more comments on the process, please feel free to do that. And then when everybody is done, I'll kind of read back the list and see if I've captured all the items to be discussed. So feel free.
Okay. Well, I think as I think this through, I think we have a decision to make about sort of the purpose of that meet and greet, and if it ends up being a dual purpose, that would be fine for both having the public there and having conversations with candidates. I would, Councilmember Winterstein just talked about the order, and now that I think about that, that does make more sense to me, to be able to listen to the applicants speak and then be able to, because then you might have follow-up questions that you could talk with them about. If part of our purpose is to involve the public, which I believe it is, then having a separate meeting on a separate date where we don't have the council work session, I'd love to hear what everyone else thinks about this, but I think we might have less public engagement in that regard. I'm not sure if we have a council work session and there are people that are coming to, that are interested in the council work session, then we just might have more public participation. I wanted to speak on the visual aids. So this is coming directly from me as being someone who went through the appointment process. In terms of visual aids, for me, and just the way that I work, it's very hard for me to read off of a script, and that was actually the hardest part for me, is that you are putting together all of your thoughts, and then it doesn't seem like you get as much of a chance to interact with council because you have a harder time looking up unless you have the whole thing memorized. And so being able to look at a PowerPoint and actually talk a little bit more, I guess, off the cuff, seems to go toward what Councilmember Hunt brought up in terms of we're deliberating. We don't always have something in front of us, but to me, bullets on a PowerPoint where I'm just speaking about certain things, so it's more kind of coming from my heart and I'm not reading it off a page, seems to make more sense to me. That was definitely my feedback after going through the appointment process. And I had one more thought, but I'm going to wait because it went out of my head.
So I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation since 5 of the 8 of us have been through that process. So this is going to be fun. Any more discussion? Anything else to add to the list? I did note down, too, that you had some suggested question edits as well. Anything else to add to the list? Because if not, I'm just going to move through these one item at a time and see if we can get resolution. Council President Martz.
I'm sorry, Paul, you said you had 3 more things to add to the list. Did I hear that right?
Well, that was on the questions. So I have the wording of some of the questions. So I think we can carve that off as a separate one.
I was going to see maybe if we could put that up and go through the questions. So I'm not sure in what particular order or which is an easy or not easy question to answer, but let's start with the slides or no slides and do a thumbs up or thumbs down so that we can leave it in. I want to be really clear with those that are applying, that they understand what the presentation requirements are. So anybody have thoughts on that? Or just want to give me some sort of indication of yes or no?
Sure. I was just sort of, one key point here is that if, there's one question about do you allow that? And then there's another question about how many slides would you allow? So they're kind of,
I think our suggestion was 1 slide.
1 slide.
Yep.
Well, to be fair, one council member actually wanted to chat about the possibility of more than 1 slide, but since I have the floor, I'm actually swayed by Councilmember Hunt's suggestion that asking people to present the way that they would up on the dais makes it so that I'm no longer interested in more than 1 slide. I'm interested in 0 slides.
0 slides.
If we're only going to have 1 slide, then that probably wouldn't work in terms of what I was just speaking to. So 1 slide, I think it would be super dense. I guess I would still vote to at least have 1 slide, but it's not exactly what I was speaking to. So if other council members feel that otherwise, then I would say no slides.
I'm just going to move right down and sort of get a indication, and I'll come back to you if that's okay.
I'm sorry. Can I just suggest that if the vote is to not include slides, we don't have to worry about it, but the vote is to include slides, then we can have the following conversation.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Goodman?
Well, I was just going to say that I too am not supportive of the visual presentations because at some point the potential is there for all of the applicants to do something completely different. And then I start thinking about, well, we're not really comparing apples to apples. It's apples to oranges. And so if somebody does some bang-up job on slides, then you wonder if that same other person that was so impressive could also do a bang-up job on slides. And So at this point, I'm not supportive of anything more than just what we have traditionally allowed.
Councilmember Winterstein.
No visual aids.
No visual aids. Councilmember Ramos. Oh, pass. Councilmember Ray.
So I'm kind of thinking of this presentation a bit like a candidates forum where you don't get to bring visual aids. So I'm a no visual aids.
Okay. Sounds like that's where we're landing, that we will have our 10-minute presentation as we did before, no visual aids. Next one, do you want to have, well, I had 2 on the meet and greet. Do you want to have it on a separate date with a longer amount of time? And where do you want to sequence it in the schedule? Councilmember Goodman.
I'll just start with a suggestion. What if we just flipped the 2 meetings? We had, on January 14th, we had a special meeting just with the council, the presentations. And then on the 22nd, the council, that's a regular council meeting because it's the day after MLK Day.
Yeah.
It starts at 7. So my question about that day is, that gives us an extra half an hour, and we could start at 5 or 5:30, maybe 5, and then go on to our council meeting. And then
Making sure I understand what you're suggesting is keeping the meeting on the 14th, which would be the 10-minute presentations, and moving the meet and greet to an hour and a half before the January 22nd council meeting? Okay.
Plus one.
Okay.
Can I point out that the council presentations and executive session was a 3-hour meeting? And the council meeting did start later when we did this last year at 8
So
p.m.
if it were to be on the 14th and it were to be 3 hours long, it would delay the work session.
Correct.
And make for a very long night. Thoughts?
So there is a
work session.
There is a work session now on the 14th.
Yes.
Do we know what's, there's the opportunity of moving the work session items. It's the first work session in January. I don't know how packed it's going to be. Maybe we just cancel it.
Could be an option, looking at the city administrator. Council President Martz?
And to speak to that, I mean, we're talking about adding, if we had 9 applicants, 90 minutes, right? So we're not, I mean, that, in terms of the modifications to the 14th, it would just be plus somewhere between 1 to 2 hours. It wouldn't be plus 3 hours, likely, unless, of course, unless we have 18 applicants.
I think we had
You had
14 last
13
time.
that-
Yeah, we did. It was a big list.
Remember it.
14 and then executive session. So if you're comfortable with that, we can, for now, advertise that we will have the 10-minute presentations that night. That would move that to the council chambers so that you would be able to recess into executive session and then begin your work session. If we have a work session, which I'm guessing we will probably have a work session. Is Councilmember Goodman?
And we can play with the times. That we start both of those special meetings and the work session based on what ends up to be on the work session agenda and
Number of applicants.
yeah, and move those agenda items if we can.
Yeah. And Councilmember Hunt was correct when she said what drives a lot of this is how many applicants we get.
Sure.
So does that look like a plan? Oh, Councilmember Ray?
No, I was just going to say, I like the resequencing too. I think it makes
Like
more
the
sense to
resequencing? Okay.
do the presentations before the meet and greet, and it'll make the meet and greets more effective, I believe.
Okay.
It's real time.
So we have done the meet and greet sequencing, the length of time, the no slides. And I think this was really not so much for discussion, but it was a suggestion from Council President that we make it clear in the materials that we advertise about encouraging candidates to meet with council members, to do letters of recommendation and endorsements.
On the last page of your packet is the instructions that says, let's see, you're encouraged to learn more about the role of a council member, attend various council meetings, talk with current or former council members, submit letters of support or reference letters to the city clerk.
Great.
And to review the public financial disclosure responsibilities.
That's great, Tina. Is
Thanks, Tina.
that satisfactory? Great. Councilmember Goodman.
And the format of the meet and greet, is that something we would talk about later?
Yeah. We have some time. Then I would move on to Councilmember Winterstein's proposed discussion of several questions, applicant questions.
Thank you. There are 3 questions, 4, 7, and 9, that kind of inject judgment into the statement. And regardless if I agree or disagree, it's just the wording of one. So, for example, 4 reads, if you are on council, you will be looking at having to make decisions in a divided community occasionally. How would you make the decisions on issues that divide the community? And so maybe this one isn't as clear as maybe 7 and 9 are. I would propose a rewrite of that one to put more of an emphasis on, the fact that there may be strong sentiments held on multiple sides of certain issues, and trying to understand how somebody would operate in that environment. So something like, how would you make decisions on issues where the community has strong sentiments and they are not all in agreement?
Up for discussion.
What I'm trying to do is just taking that divided community piece out of there. I understand the intent. Sometimes it's hard because because there are strong sentiments within the community.
Better or stay with the original? Thoughts?
No, I like the idea to revise it, and noting that, there are different sentiments in the community, and so maybe we can, you want us wordsmithing it?
Especially anybody who's ever been a good editor.
Councilmember Ray?
Yeah, I'm just struck with that we're not a divided community, so the word divided is the wrong word. We may have different points of view, we may have different objectives, and we may have different sentiments. So I'm agreeing, I'm just throwing out some words that are not divided, because I don't believe we are.
Okay. So some wordsmithing on that one to make it clearer that it's different sentiments, different points of view, and getting away from the connotation of a divided community. Okay.
Right, because the question comes in the second sentence, how would you make decisions?
Yep.
So I tried to retain that part of it. And you could discuss that. And so I retained, how would you make decisions? But then I in the case where there are strong sentiments on different sides of the same issue.
Okay. Sounds like we're getting head nods that that's a good direction to go. Question 7?
It starts with, Issaquah has growing pains. What can be done to better manage these times of rapid growth in a way that protects our existing residents' quality of life and preserves Issaquah's essential character? And again, you're leading candidate, and I thought about maybe a more open way of doing it. How do you view the city's growth, and what would you do to protect our quality of life and character?
Thoughts? Councilmember Ray?
I think Paul just hit on it. I think you could just go with, what do we have to do to maintain our residents' quality of life and preserve Issaquah's essential character? That's the question. The rest of it's, preamble.
Well, it is, and I thought a key, if you've run a campaign in this city, you know the word growth is a 4-letter word to many people. So I think keeping it in the question and allowing a candidate to express their perception, their how they view growth, explicitly calling, how do you view the city's growth? And what would you do to protect our quality of life and character? So there is two parts to the question, and I deliberately wanted to keep the growth in there. That was my thinking, but appreciate your support.
Vice President Mertz?
Yeah, I agree that growth should be kept in. I want to know how they view growth specifically.
Okay. Comments? Head nods, good. Let's go to.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry,
So
Tina.
how do you view the city's growth, and what was the second part? And what would
you do to protect our quality of life and character? I took out the word essential.
Those are two questions.
It is. So that's a good point. I agree with that. They are two questions, except with an and. Because it is an attempt to get at, I think, the two sides of the same coin. There's growth and then how it affects quality of life and character.
How about if it starts with, when considering the city's growth, comma, what would you do to protect the quality of life and essential character?
I think that was the original intent, was to link those two.
Right.
So-
And so that's a good way of saying it. Yes.
Vicki?
Well, just a minor comment, but I think the intent was to remove the word essential, is that right?
Yes.
Thoughts? And some head nods. Let's move to 9. Issaquah is becoming.
Again, it's kind of leading, it's a leading question, is becoming increasingly unaffordable, whether you agree or disagree with that. We could maybe write that, and
As a
please
question.
wordsmith, describe your perception of housing affordability in Issaquah, and what would you do to address it if it is a problem? So.
It might be beyond just, it might be more than housing, the unaffordable.
Yeah, well, so that's a good point, and my perception was, yes, I'm injecting housing in there because that's what I thought it was, and if we think it's intended to be broader than that, I'm all ears. It's generally what you hear, affordability, and housing has a lot of cost elements to it, in addition to property taxes.
Yep. So what phrasing did you suggest, Paul?
I'm less wedded to this one, but it says, describe your perception of housing affordability in Issaquah. And I want to hear what they think about affordability. And because currently it says, it's judgmental, is becoming increasingly unaffordable. It's a statement of, like it's fact. I would actually like to hear what the candidate, what their perception of affordability is. And then I went on, and what would you do to address it if it is a problem? See, there I got presumptive, that if it is a problem.
If. Thoughts?
I have a question.
Sure.
What are we trying to get at here? I mean, what are we, this one's a little bit, of all of them, this is one I could take out and not feel like we lost much. But so I'm just trying to figure out what we're really trying to unearth in a candidate's thought processes.
I had definite thoughts about this. I think housing affordability is one of our toughest nuts. And I love crowdsourcing solutions when possible. And that, so in the off chance there's some genius would drop some brilliance upon us, I wanted to keep the question in there.
Thoughts? Councilmember Goodman, Councilmember Hunt.
It is so specific that I agree with Chris that this is one that I could do without.
Councilmember Hunt, Batiste, Martz.
So I think if the intent is to have the applicants describe housing strategies for affordable and/or workforce housing, I don't know that the question actually will generate those responses, because as it is worded now, it's describe your perception of affordability, and Issaquah could also be for businesses or schools. It could be, yes, it could be a number of things. So I wonder if it would be
I wonder if we do want to have it be specific question about housing, then we should probably put the word housing in there, because I think if I were, I think we might get applicants that read this as meaning something more general.
Batiste and Martz.
Well, I guess I can totally understand what Councilmember Hunt was just referring to, but for me, I actually like the more broad question about Issaquah being unaffordable to open it up to a variety of different topics. Housing is definitely part of that. Maybe there's a way to word it where we really cover both. So you could talk about two different things if you had another idea that you wanted to offer about why you felt that was happening.
Martz?
So to be completely contrarian, I really would like to focus on housing affordability. I think the regional variability is in the price of housing, right? In terms of overall cost of living. And I think that, as I've said many times before, the way the region and our city in particular responds to ongoing growth is our biggest challenge. But I think one of the most important facets of that to me is housing affordability. So however it's worded, I would like to know how candidates feel about housing affordability in the city and what they see the council's role in responding to that.
Okay, looking to wrap this up. Councilmember Winterstein?
The other thing that this question does is, because this is an active issue in front of us, we are still working on our housing strategy. And I actually remember Vicky's answer because it demonstrated that she had looked at legislation that was in flight. And this gives candidates that same opportunity, which I think I would like to see.
Councilmember Ray.
Okay, I'm going to just kind of go way off in the stratosphere here. But possibly it is, describe your perception of the council's role relative to affordable housing in Issaquah.
It's not stratosphere.
Okay.
The only thing I would change about that is affordable housing or housing affordability, right? Affordable housing has a very specific definition.
I could go either way on that.
Repeat that, please.
I don't know that I can do that. Describe your perception of the council's role in housing affordability in Issaquah.
On renting.
That's good.
Is perception the right word, or is it?
Describe council's role.
Describe your. What you believe the role should be.
No, okay. What do you believe the council's role should be relative to housing?
Affordability.
Affordability in Issaquah?
You're taking the what would you do if there was a problem out of the question? Okay. Head nods. Good question. Gets you where you want to be. Okay. Did any other council members want to talk about any of the other questions on that list? Councilmember Hunt.
On question 6, that one currently reads, in addition to council committee assignments, council members each serve on one or more regional board or commissions. And what are your views on serving regionally, and what areas would you like to serve Issaquah regionally? What qualifies you for that service? So I think that this is a really important question. I would recommend streamlining it more and removing that middle piece. What are your views on serving regionally? I think I would like to see it be more like the rewritten number 9, actually. So describe your view on the role of Issaquah in the region, and then what areas would you like to serve and what qualifies you for that service.
Thoughts on that edit? Lots of head nods? Okay. We'll let Tina get that in.
So describe your view
of the role of Issaquah in the region, and then
Of Issaquah's role regionally?
Yes.
Issaquah's role in the region?
And I would remove the, what are your views on serving regionally, because I don't think that that's a question that's going to generate much insights. But this question about Issaquah's role in the region, I think would.
And
you want the first sentence in there as well to set the stage?
I think it could be shortened, so I think it could be council members serve on one or more regional boards or commission.
Okay.
Council members each serve.
Thoughts? Lots of head nods? Do any council members have any comments or edits for any of the other questions? Councilmember Goodman.
The second part, in what areas would you like to serve Issaquah regionally? I think it should be more, in what areas do you see yourself serving Issaquah regionally and why? Because it sort of suggests that you just get to
do what you like,
do what you want.
And Councilmember Batiste, comment on that?
No.
No. Different. Okay, let's wrap this one up. Number 6 with Councilmember Goodman's edit. Better? Okay. Councilmember Batiste.
So in several of the questions, we're asking about how they feel specifically, and then in number 10, we ask about how the city council can better solicit and incorporate community feedback. And I guess I'm struggling with the word feedback. That's important, but community engagement would be more broad. And I'm also thinking about just layering in what, more, what are your ideas? If we want to ask specifically about how city council can do a better job, but also to understand what their ideas are.
It's interesting. It is a question about council performance versus what the candidate might bring to the table.
What your ideas are.
How might the council better solicit and incorporate community feedback? Oh, I guess that's.
I guess that's the same. I'm more saying.
You want to know what their ideas are?
I would like to know what their ideas to solicit and incorporate community engagement. We could say feedback and engagement. Maybe those are the same, but I'd like to know more about them personally.
So possibly, the question might be, if on the council, how would you engage with the community to solicit their input?
Is that better?
I like that.
Is this
Make me do it again?
a replacement question or
It's,
a new question?
A reworking of number 10.
Okay.
Say it again?
If on the council, how would you engage with the community and solicit their input?
Well, now that I'm looking at it,
Now, engage with the community and solicit their input.
I just wonder if it's too complicated to ask both questions, because they are two different questions. How would you directly engage? And also, how could the council do a better job with engagement? And I actually like both of the questions.
Thoughts?
How can, I'm wordsmithing in my head, so.
If I hear you correctly, Mariah, what you're saying is you would keep both parts in there. Okay, thoughts? Is that what you are intending, or is it too much?
I just think it's important. Some applicants might come at this from two different angles in that way and talk more about themselves personally, but they are two very important questions and two different answers that you would get. So I like having both of them. But
Council President Martz.
How about something like, how well does the city council engage the community, and what would you do to whatever. In other words, get some feedback on how we're doing currently. and then what would they do differently?
Yeah, I'm a little bit apprehensive to do that because if I was a candidate or an applicant and I wanted your support and I said, you guys are terrible at this.
I wouldn't want to answer the question.
Although I know people from last time that would be happy to answer that in the.
But I think that the point is this, when we ask how we're doing, that's a question about you evaluating us, which is not the intent, I don't think, of this.
Right.
So I think I think it's really important, and I think it's great feedback to get, but I don't think this is the forum to get that feedback. I think what we want to know is how would you do it if you were on the council? That will help inform us in terms of who's.
So your
who to select.
suggestion would be to just have the first one in the square brackets. If on council, how would you engage the community and solicit input? And
That would
just
be
hear their answer?
my preference.
That's the suggestion. Thoughts?
And what you could do, I was just going to say, what you could do is you could also word it in a way, I like that. You could add, if on the council, how would you engage, or do you, something about, do you have ideas about how the council could be doing more outreach? I guess that gets to Chris's question. I feel the same way. I think it's hard to directly ask the applicant about how council is doing. So I'm just going to go back to my original comment about how would you engage the community and solicit
Am I
input?
seeing head nods? You puzzled faces. I'm not sure if we're there yet. Remember interesting?
I don't want the good to be enemy of the perfect. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Good with it? Generally good? Any other questions on the application that you would like to discuss? Okay. At this point, if there's no more questions on process, it would be great to have a motion.
Oh, actually, I have one more
question.
So are we still, how do people feel about the potential down select between the second and the third meeting? Because I'm not sure I heard consensus support for that idea. I think I heard that we want to potentially not talk about a specific number of nominees to go to the third night. What I think I heard and what probably makes sense is just say whoever somebody wants to nominate gets to go to the third night, and if that's who goes to the third night, who gets at least one support from one council member to do so.
And one clarification is that when the city clerk wrote this up, she wrote May. So you're not locked in to reducing. It's an option in your process.
But I would like to know how people feel generally about that.
Good question.
I think it's a great idea. And I think your methodology, if there's somebody who will support a candidate, then they move forward.
Councilmember Hunt?
I'm also in support. I think it gives, especially if there are a large number of applicants, it gives the applicants a little bit more information about how the process is going in between the steps, because there are so many different steps, and so I think it's respectful to give them information about where they stand. If there is a large number of applicants, if there's fewer applicants, then I think this process probably doesn't need to come into play. So I appreciate that there's the council may narrow the pool.
Thank you. Councilmember Batiste?
+1.
So it looks like we're going to leave it in with a May and see what the applicant pool size is. Anything else? Thank you. This was a late edition, waiting for election results to be finalized. You did great. We had it on regular business tonight, which is awesome. And so I would entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the process and timeline for filing the 2019 vacancy of position number 4 is presented.
Second?
And amended.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any council discussion? If there's no discussion, all those in favor of approving the process and timeline for filling the 2019 vacancy of position 4 as presented and amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Did Councilmember Ramos vote? Okay. That passes unanimously. I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break at this point in time before we move to the next items, which are good of the order and upcoming council meetings and executive session. So we'll take a 5-minute break.
she can.
So we are back in session, and we're going to adjust our agenda slightly. I'm going to move good of the order and upcoming council meetings till after executive session, so we'll be entering executive session shortly. As earlier announced, there will be an executive session held this evening to discuss property acquisition per RCW 42.30.110, paren 1, paren B. This item is expected to take 40 minutes. No action is anticipated to follow in open session. We will now recess into executive session at 9:46.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we are out of executive session, back in regular session at 10:54. On our agenda still this evening, we're going to go through good of the order. And Council President Martz, you had an item.
Thanks. I'll try to make this fast. So we've been talking about the Regional Affordable Housing Task Force Action Plan, 5-year action plan. And this is something that SCA has been looking at and been giving guidance. I did hear back from the mayor, but I want to ask again if I want to solicit feedback from everybody ahead of a final vote at SCA. I just wanted to, so I've sent you all the updated document. I'm just going to read you some excerpts from SCA. At its meeting on October 24th, the task force amended the action plan in response to PIC feedback to clearly state that the recommendations of the task force are not mandates for cities. Rather, the task force recognizes that the housing market in different parts of the county will call for different solutions to most effectively preserve and increase the supply of affordable housing. SCA representatives on the task force have emphasized the need for technical assistance, shared information, and recommended strategies that will support cities in their efforts to tackle the region's affordable housing crisis. I will say our city has provided technical input to SCA as an example of what we came up with in exiting the moratorium. Puts us ahead, I think, of a lot of other cities as to how far they've thought about this issue. In addition to recommending potential strategies, the action plan calls for establishing a framework of ongoing collaboration among cities and with King County to support implementation of those strategies and monitoring results. This is proposed to come in the form of a standing committee of the King County Growth Management Planning Council. The task force considered a range of options to support implementation, and the preferred option was to utilize an existing body, the GMPC, rather than stand up an entirely new organization to both conserve resources and enable the region to move forward more quickly. This would be a significant new body of work for the GMPC, and King County is currently considering redirecting staffing resources to support the new standing committee as part of its budget deliberations. So once again, if you have any thoughts for me on the revised document, if you could let me know within the next couple of weeks, I would sure appreciate it. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you. Anything else for good of the order? Councilmember Winterston.
Thank you. Last Thursday, David Fujimoto sent out an email to the council and titled Village Theater. I wanted to follow up on that. During the budget deliberation meeting that we have, and I had made a mistake, and had convinced myself that we were looking at year 4 of 4 for that. And I thought I had the information. I had looked at it multiple times. David helped me see that I was actually reading that wrong. And so I just wanted my colleagues to know that that was an honest mistake. We were deliberating a third year of a 4-year program that they had hoped for. So I don't know if you saw that email from David, but that was, I do want to own up, that was my mistake, and it was not intended to be deceitful at all. It was just a mistake.
Thank you. Anyone else for good of the order? I just wanted to let you know that on December 3rd, there'll be a special council meeting to begin at 6:15 p.m. for the purpose of an executive session item. And some of the other items that will be on the December 3rd, potentially on the December 3rd agenda, are the public hearing on the 2019 final budget, 2019 arts grants recommendations, proposal to amend school impact fees, and a request for right-of-way encumbrance for Talus Parcel 9. Anything else? We are adjourned at, oops.